Well, good morning. Madam Clerk. We have a quorum. Time is now 11:07 a.m. Attorney Plunkett, I call this session to order. The floor is yours, sir.
It's not working. Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into executive session to discuss pending and threatened litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
All right, there's been,
Oh,
there you go. All right, you may,
Second.
wait a second.
do I need to redo it?
I think so.
We would request a motion to go into executive session, discuss pending and threatened litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
There's a motion by the commission from the first. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Tina Slindak. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue, we're prepared to vote.
Do we have them all? Is that all? Ms. Linda, oh, she's trying. Okay, thank you. That motion carries with Ms. Rice, Mr. Clark, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now suspended in executive session. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for our tardiness. If I can get everybody to get assembled.
You gonna vote on it? Or what? Shoot, no.
Four. How many we got down there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Madam Clerk, we have a quorum. I'm going to call the session back to order from executive session. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize you to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
I have a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, seeing no colleagues in the queue for discussion, we're voting.
Ms. Lindeck is out. Mr. Wembley? Oh, Ms. Rice is not, is she here? Hey. Okay, you're not going to vote? Okay. All right. That motion carries with Ms. Rice not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There's one, Mr. Mayor. It's fairly lengthy, so I'm going to read it into the record. We request a motion to approve the execution of an intergovernmental agreement between Augusta and the Downtown Development Authority for the redevelopment of the depot site, subject to a renegotiation of lease agreement between the Development Authority of Richmond County and Discovery Plaza LLC to reduce the number of spaces required in the proposed parking deck, and direct the Finance Department to evaluate the options regarding the escrow provisions contained in the intergovernmental agreement and to make a recommendation to the Commission in order for the Commission to make an election within 30 days.
So move.
Second.
Madam Clerk, I have a motion by Commissioner from the 1st and a second by Commissioner from the 4th. There are no colleagues in the queue for discussion. We're voting.
Ms. Bonner, I'm present.
Yes, sir. That motion carries 8-1 with Mr. Clark voting no, Mayor Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any additional motions?
There are none.
There are not. I hereby adjourn this session and turn it over to Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and welcome to Public Services. If my colleagues are okay, I'd like to consent items. Madam Clerk, items number 1, 7, 13, 14, and 15.
14 and 15.
You want to? Okay, all right, so we'll,
Wait a minute, I didn't hear.
okay, so
Mr. Lewis, what number was that, sir? Can you get your mic, pull your mic down?
That would be 13,
13.
Madam Clerk.
Okay.
So no consent to 13. So items number 1, 7, 14, and 15. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to discuss 1, correct? Okay, so we'll consent items 7, 14, and 15.
14 and 15, okay.
Yes, ma'am, 7, 14,
Madam Chair,
and 15.
procedurally, we don't believe that 15 can go through at this time. Mr. Nolan Martin is here to speak on this issue, but we think procedurally it still has to go through the Planning Commission, but he could speak to that issue when it comes up.
Okay,
So we're taking it off consent?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So that leaves us consenting items number 7 If my colleagues,
And
look,
7 and 14.
yes, ma'am.
You want to pull 7?
Yes, ma'am.
The administrator is requesting to pull item 7,
Okay, so that leaves us with one consent item, 14.
1 and 14.
Delete, I'm sorry. If we could delete number 7.
Oh, she would like to delete, so we could add it to the consent for deletion if it's unanimous with the committee.
Committee, y'all okay with that?
Number 7.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. After a few changes, are we good with consenting just 14?
No, ma'am, we're doing 1 and 7 is for deletion. So
Right.
you could put that on the consent if you
Correct.
like.
And
And
yes,
number 14.
right, and one we're going to discuss.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If my colleagues ready, we'll vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
discussion for agenda item number 1, is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to, that's taken
Okay,
off
thank you.
consent. We're going to have that for discussion.
Okay. 7 and 14, okay.
Okay. All right.
Need a motion from the
Motion,
committee.
do I have, motion, I'll second it.
Okay.
Voting.
Ms. Linda. It's unanimous.
Okay. Madam Clerk, may we start from top to bottom?
Madam Chair, we do have a request for one addendum item.
All right.
So I don't know at what point you would like to address that, but
We can go ahead.
like
and-
it now?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Let's see. Planning and Development, Department's request for additional funding, the zoning ordinance, not limited to additional public meeting workshops for input from all commissioners. Okay. What is this one?
Do you want to push Nolan to the front? So he won't have to.
Sure.
I thought so. See my thing?
Green.
Oh, this one.
What about this? One consent. That's- Okay, so we're gonna have to go over this one. Wait. Okay. Who's she? Okay, okay. Madam Clerk, the addition that was just added, can we put that for discussion?
Yes, ma'am. And for clarification, this is item number 13 on your agenda. They're asking that the last paragraph there, the sentence "in addition" be added to.
Okay, do I need to go ahead and get a vote from my
Yes, ma'am.
my colleagues? Okay, committee members, with that, with what Madam Clerk just mentioned, that's in addition to item number 13. And are you okay with adding the addition to it for discussion? Because this one, 13 was not a consent item, so are we good with adding that? Okay. Madam Clerk, we're good.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you're headed top to bottom now?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. licensing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I bring to you alcohol number 26-36. This is an existing location, new ownership, retail packaged beer and wine, Mr. Anil Kasturi. Applicant for him, Audrey Investments 2026 LLC, to be used in connection with 3333 Mike Paget Highway, Augusta, Georgia 30906. This is in District 6, Super District 10. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommend approval. Do we have any objectors? And noted. Your home address.
My name is Anil Kasturi. I live in 151 Summerfield Circle, Groton, Georgia.
Okay. Thank you. Got a motion? Do I have a second? Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, voting.
The next one's a massage license, number 26-06. This is a request by David Whiters for massage operator's license to be used in connection with Oasis Massage and Spa located at 3351 Wrightsboro Road, Suite 101. This is in District 5, Super District 9. Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommend approvals. Do we have any objectors?
Hello, my name is David Whiters, and my address is 3002 Galahad Way, Augusta, Georgia 30909.
Okay. Got a motion? Do I have a second? Got a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you.
Item number 4, a motion to receive as information an emergency procurement pursuant to Section 1-10-57 of the Augusta, Georgia Procurement Code for services by Sid Cox in the amount of $25,200.
Do we have anybody?
Who had
Do we have
that?
anybody to come on up and? Okay, thank you, Director.
Recognition, you can spend 27.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. This is for Jamestown Community Center. We've had some HVAC issues there, and this actually ties with number 4 and 5 related to the HVAC. Just need some improvements on that and fixtures. And then with the next item, I know if you go to next, there's some cages that we needed to secure the facility, HVAC units at that location.
All right, got a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, Commissioner Slindak.
I just wanted to, thank you. So this problem you had with your air conditioner, was it vandalized?
Yes.
So that,
Then we have that, the
then-
unit that's there. So we're replacing those, and then making sure that the other one was updated right.
okay. And so,
So this was the, we worked with Central Services to get the contractor, and this was deemed an emergency, so we can go ahead and make sure the air circulation is working properly at that location.
yeah, so Sid Cox is one of the preferred vendors for emergency. Okay. All right, well, let's hope that those cages will keep us from this from happening again. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Director Williams. We got a motion and a second.
I need the second. I didn't hear who's second.
I'll second it.
You second that.
Oh, okay.
You did, Mr.
Commissioner
Lewis. Okay.
Lewis, okay.
That was 4 and 5. I think she said they were companion items. Okay.
Okay. Voting. 4 and 5.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
Item number 6, Ms. Veronica Bogans regarding Sand Hills Community Center in association with the Sand Hills Neighborhood Association.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Bogans comes up. If we can, thank you. If we can go back to item number 1 before Ms. Bogans comes up for discussion. Is that okay, Ms. Bogans? Okay. I didn't think she'd mind. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 1, motion to approve 5-year lease agreement with Flex, parent company of Greyhound, for the use of space in the transit transfer facility located at 1546 Broad Street.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle's in the queue.
Thank you. Ms. Daughtery, as far as this 5-year lease, what part of the facility are they going to be leasing? And did we have any future use for that building? Because over the years, it's been a toss-up what we was going to do with it.
Yes, sir, it has been a toss-up, but right now, the area that Flix Greyhound would use is the same area that we had Southeastern Stages in. We built this out like in 16 for Southeastern Stages, doing the same thing. They had the bus service over the road, and so they went out of business. And when they went out of business, then Flix contacted me and wanted to utilize that same space. So we're not adding anything additional. They're just going to utilize the space that Southeastern Stages had.
All right, what's the square footage that we leasing out?
1846.
1,846 square feet. What is the lease per square foot that you had figured, if you don't mind me asking?
The lease per square foot, not. I'm sorry, I didn't bring my note on that.
No problem.
But it is, I checked with our tax assessor to look at comparables in the
Yes,
area,
ma'am.
because that's what we did back in 16. So I checked with him, and actually the rate is, they're starting out with us like 16.
$16 a square foot?
Yes, sir.
And how many square feet?
1846. 1,846.
Okay, and as far as the maintenance, who's responsible?
They're responsible to take care of their area.
Okay,
So the square footage that we're letting them lease, they'll
Yes, ma'am.
take care of it. They even also do their own cameras and everything for their area.
all right, and they do their own insurance required?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'll follow up with questions next week, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes,
Chair Lady.
sir. Thank you. Thank you, Director Daughtery. Okay, next item. Oh, we got question, Commissioner Slindak.
Yes, thank you. Did this go through procurement? Just go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. The contract went through procurement when I put it into the system. It went through legal, and the attorney reviewed it, and we had some back and forth, and also the attorneys with Flix went through the contract as well. So Attorney Kerr and the Flix attorney went back and forth until we got it settled.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, got a motion and a second. Oh, Commissioner Guilfoyle, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
35,074.
All right, we got motion and a second, voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, that takes us to item number 6.
Ms. Bogan?
All right.
Hi, my name is Veronica Bogans. I live at 721 Weed Street. That's Augusta, Georgia, 30904. I'm coming today as the president slash constituent in Sand Hills, the historic Sand Hills, about the neighborhood association office. Upon my arrival here now, I think that has been resolved. Am I correct?
What was that question? I
The
apologize.
neighborhood association, the MOU for the neighborhood association?
Yes, it's been drafted.
Right, okay, so, and I appreciate that because, over a year ago, I met with, I think it was, risk management, Mrs. Allen, and Mr. Jackson. And Mrs. Allen, along with Mrs. Williams, the director, gave, instructions to have this done over a year ago. I want to say because of me advocating for our community and the community instructing me to voice thoughts and opinions on different issues, it has brought now retaliation for me, and I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of, I just don't, I don't want to get in trouble. I've had, and even the incident on yesterday, now I have a record. So I say it is. And so what I had to do and endure on yesterday is a bit too much for me. And that's due to, and I guess I'll soon be asked to be quiet shortly, because of staff. So when you call and you're supposed to have, and this is supposed to be a safe place, calling directors or places to share how you feel of deficiencies, that it becomes a problem. So I have now labeled a problem. And I am now labeled, I harass people, but that's not the case. I was totally publicly embarrassed yesterday in front of my peers and community. I am now absolutely at my wit's end. I don't know what to do because it's always said you can't talk about employees. So now this is the second employee. So I'm begging the city of Augusta to please do something with these employees. If I share or I say that there's a deficiency somewhere or that I feel that is one, please ask the people to stop coming for people. That is harassment. And then that way, it's such as, it's the Parks and Rec. They always play victim to their own deficiencies. I can say that I know that my grandchild was fighting and another parent stopped the fight to ask the staff, why y'all standing there letting them fight? I was so desperate, I called another commissioners so that they could hear what my grandmother said, what my granddaughter said.
Ms. Bogan, real quick, the attorney asked for, to stay on topic.
Okay, well, that's the topic.
Okay.
The topic and the problem is the employees and directors not following through. And I feel my safety is at hand. That's what I feel. Because if I already had one employee want to jump on me.
If we could keep that to the topic of Sand Hills Community Center and associated with the Sand Hills Neighborhood Association, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there anybody in the queue that would like to talk to Ms. Bogans about this? Would nobody want to speak? Okay, Commissioner Guilfoyle?
I will.
Thank you.
Can I have the director come up, please? Director Williams, I guess you are aware of what's been going on over this past month, year, et cetera.
Yes.
Can you kind of enlighten the board because we kind of in shadows on some of this issue. Can we speak about that, Attorney?
Yeah, the commission can discuss whatever they'd like to discuss.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Put the mic to you.
Yes, you can discuss that if you'd like.
What is it?
You can discuss whatever you'd like to discuss.
Okay, thank you. All right. Would you kind of enlighten the board what's going on the Sand Hills Community Center, what we could do to alleviate these issues and get it to where it's back in operations good with our citizens, et cetera, as well as our employees?
Well, commissioners, I can say that, wish I had the staff to stand here and tell you what they have endured and have witnessed and have encountered with Ms. Bogans at the site. There's more than one side to a story.
There's three.
There's three sides. And the only ones who know the truth is the ones who were there to witness it. There have been incidents at the facility. It's more than just one staff who have came to me since last year, have complaining about her being at the site, have taken the liberty to approach them in various manners. And so sometimes the staff just don't want to come to work because they don't know what they're going to get from Ms. Bogans if they encounter even seeing her or just even talking to her. I'm going to be honest, since she was up here as well. It's not coming out where staff is trying to deal with it on a daily basis or sometimes try to just avoid confrontation if need be. But some of the staff
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
I don't mean to cut you short or cut you off by any means. We'll have this discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And I do want to say one thing as the Public Services Committee. I do know that Ms. Bogans has been a great asset, though, over there at the community center with the children and being very much involved. So hopefully we can get something worked out because there are, more than one side of a story. So I do want to say that I do know she's been really good as advocating and helping out the children with events that have been going on. But with that being said, if I don't have any, I've got Commissioner Clark in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, just for the record, so that we can speak to the agenda item, I'm not on the committee, but can we get for the record where we stand on the issue that was brought forth about the use of the office? Can we clarify that for the record?
Yes, that MOU has been drafted and is in the administrator's office and will be executed shortly by staff and Sand Hills Neighborhood Association for them to have access to the facility for use.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. So that's being drafted for the Sand Hills Neighborhood Association to utilize the office? Is that what it is for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Wimberly.
To continue on the use of the office, which office are we referring to, since I have not seen this document that you're referring to?
Sir, I was not part of that, of drafting that document. I have not seen it myself, but I've been told that's where we are in the process of getting that document in place.
So you don't know which office we're talking about?
Like, which office in the building? No,
Yes.
sir, I do not. I think there's, no, sir.
Madam Chair, can I get the
Yes,
director to come back up?
Yes, sir, you may. Director Williams, please.
Commissioner, there's an office that's located when you walk down the hallway to the right, it's like the third or fourth office at the end of the hallway.
So it's not an office you got to give up, it's an office that is vacant?
It's currently an office where items were stored for the neighborhood association because they meet in there monthly.
Okay.
And so it had already been kind of like a storage area for them. Right now it's being occupied as an office by the association.
Okay, so they're already utilizing this office?
They already utilized the office.
Okay. And this was done before the MOU? This has been something that's been ongoing?
This was something that, from my understanding, that was established when the facility had opened. It was a joint space use at the time, but now the Sand Hills Association utilizes that as office.
Could you define joint space for me, please?
I think another agency was allowed to be there. I'm trying to think if it was I think like a sheriff. But I can't remember. But it was a dual space I was informed of.
Okay.
And they just had a small storage area in that room.
Okay. So, based off what just been said, the office that we're talking about, the neighborhood association have had access to this office for a period of time.
They've had access.
Okay.
Staff will open up the office and let them utilize it.
Okay. And so you just wanted to put an MOU in place to make sure that it's official?
That is the direction that I was given to do that. I have had RISTA come out and assess the association being there and occupying the office. It was a recommendation to either move forward with an MOU or actually have them to vacate the premises and their items. And of course, they'll still be using it for the meetings.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you update me on what's going on here? This is my district. I haven't received a single phone call about this. It sounds like we're talking around the topic, talking around the issue. Are we talking about the neighborhood association being able to use the center? Or are we talking about the neighborhood association having exclusive access to the office? And if they have exclusive access to the office, what is it that's going to be done out of that office?
Well, for this item, it is to have exclusive access to the office. They already have access to the facility to have their meetings. That is a good question about what is the continuation of having the access to the office, because from my understanding that the office is used for if they need to have a meeting, they come in and do a couple of things before the meeting actually gets started. But it's being occupied longer than really the time frame, or we feel that would that say be used for.
Are there any other associations that have deals like this in other community centers? No? Okay, it sounds like there's some other conversation that needs to be held that's deeper than just about an office space itself. And so if there's other conversations that need to be held, I'm not sure that we're at the point to where MOU needs to be executed until we come down to some type of agreement on what needs to happen going forward. And I would yield to the attorney and to administration on how to best approach that. And just the fact that this is my district and I'm learning about this from the floor really makes me, I'm not happy about that at all. So I would like to, before we move forward on any MOU, to figure out what's going on here. And then if the department is recommending a move like what you were recommending, I would like to know why. I would like to know what is the benefit of not having the association have an office versus the association having an office. Like, I don't think we can make any decision up here without having that back information about what's actually going on. So I don't know if that is a sidebar meeting that we just pull together in the administrator's office or whatever the case is. But I would hope that stuff like this doesn't have to, turn into like a principal's office meeting. See what I'm saying? So I see the administrators in the queue. Maybe we can get the administrator to weigh in, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Administrator?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Johnson. Just to clarify, Ms. Bogans was on the agenda just to check what the status is. Of course, prior to any MOU being executed or anything else, it was going to come before the governing body. So this wasn't the agenda item that we put on for the approval of the memorandum of understanding. It was actually, as Mr. Manton said, being drafted to come to the governing body for approval. And it would include all of the respective questions or answers to the questions that you have regarding the usage of it.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Any follow-up meetings or anything like that, please let me know so I can attempt to be of good help or service to whatever topic is at hand. I appreciate that. But at this point, I think this item would just be good as information that we can move on. But I'm not on the committee, so I can't say that. I'm sorry, committee members. They're looking at me like, you don't get to say that.
All righty. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Slindak.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I thought I had this in my brain. So the MOU for this is done or is being worked on? That's what I would like to ask the administrator or legal.
There is a draft that has been put together by the general counsel, interim general counsel. However, it has not come to the governing body for approval. So it would have to come.
Really not done yet. I mean,
It's not approved, but yes.
It's not approved.
That's
Okay.
exactly right. There is no execution of that document.
Okay, all right. Okay, Director Williams, does the neighborhood association, do they have a key to use that, or they can't get in unless your center is open anyway with your staff? Is that correct?
Right, and staff open the door for them.
Right, so it's not like they can just come in and out of the building whenever your building has to be open with your staff there for them to be able to come and ask for the key? Is that what I'm saying?
Well, staff will open the door.
The staff opens the door for the neighborhood association, okay. And the computers in there and the phones that are in that office, the neighborhood association doesn't use those, do they?
I'm not gonna say that they don't.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not there for daily operations to see that, but, I mean, there's a phone in the office.
There's a phone that connects to your center.
Yes.
And there's a computer there also, but it doesn't work, isn't that right?
I don't know.
You don't know if
I
it
don't
works
know.
or not? Okay. Okay, I know just from what I was told was that when this center was opened, that this group was told that they could have that office for their use. Now, I don't know if, going back, if there was paper signed or anything, but, I don't, they can't get in it without your staff letting them in. I don't know, I mean, I know what, their storage closet has supplies for when they have their dinners, is tablecloths, water, plates, decorations, stuff like that. And then I know that there's things on the wall, City of Augusta plans for the area, newspaper things. So, but yeah, I think this is something that needs to be worked out so that y'all can live in harmony over there in Sand Hills. So, yeah, I'll just wait to hear back from the attorney administrator then, and how we can get that MOU moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Slindak. Attorney Plunkett?
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Slindak, basically what we did is there was a discussion of whether or not neighborhood associations should have office space in a building or not. And this had been a situation where historically they had been in this space. And we were just trying to document that they had the right, what we refer to as non-exclusive, so they couldn't lock it up and things like that. We made in the provision that it was very clear that it was not to be any personal items there. It wasn't supposed to be somebody's private office, but things that were associated with that it had to be, there wasn't separate keys for that. It was still to be used. So it really was just a written handshake. I guess you would say it was a very simple document. So we drafted it, and I drafted it, I think, on the 7th or something like that of July. We sent out a couple of edits. And so I think it's in the process of getting to Sand Hills to review and just making sure they understood that, we understand that y'all used it, keep using it, but don't abuse it as you kind of, set up, in other words, don't use it as your private place. This is for that organization. And so it's a pretty straightforward document, but we'll get it out here for everybody to see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney. All right, moving on to item number.
You're going to receive this as
We're going to
information.
receive this as information, and colleagues good with that?
We'll do it without
Please.
objection, just for the
Okay, without
record.
objection. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Where would you like to proceed? 8?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item 8, review draft hookah ordinance.
All right, who do we have to talk about the ordinance?
Commissioner Jordan.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you all recall, we had a conversation about maybe a month or so ago about amending our ordinances to allow for hookah as a recreational activity in certain lounges in downtown Augusta. And we are to the point where we have a draft. I know the attorney will more likely weigh in, but I think there's a little bit more work needs to be done. But Madam Chair, if you could, I'll yield to Interim General Counsel Plunkett to share some updates.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Johnson, Attorney Plunkett.
That is correct. We have drafted an amendment to basically allow for essentially what we refer to as a hookah license, so that somebody who had a restaurant or a bar would be allowed to use that. There's a little bit of a question of whether or not they have to purchase all the supplies at that location or not. There would be a separate license, a separate fee, and anyone who allowed for it would have to be over 21, so it would be an adult only. I have not had a chance to speak to not interim, that would be me, but Director Cameron on this issue. She had some thoughts on it as well. What we wanted to do is in the next week, before the next meeting, she and I will come back and present y'all a document for y'all's consideration. So that's just kind of the latest, but it's something we drafted a couple of months ago, and I just need to get her input as well.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, Attorney Plunkett. Do I have anybody in the queue? So we shall receive his information. Without objection? Okay, oh, he just jumped in the queue. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can I address Attorney Plunkett, please?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Plunkett, hearing you speak about getting with Ms. Cameron, I was going to just make a motion to send this to the full commission without any recommendation. But since you spoke that you're going to get with Director Cameron and present us some additional information, then I'll withhold that.
We would have it ready for Tuesday, for the regular commission meeting. We would be able to present it at that time. So no recommendation would be appropriate, and we would have the document for y'all to look at.
Understand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we will have that for the next commission meeting, full commission item. Receive. Okay, Madam Clerk. We got that?
Yeah.
Without objection, okay.
Number 9?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Gayla Kesey, next steps.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kesey.
Good afternoon. My name is Gayla Kesey. I'm co-president of the League of Women Voters of the CSRA. Therefore, I live in Augusta. I want to speak to item 13 on the agenda, the additional $68,000 for the zoning consultant, and connect it to where this whole process stands. First, the scope of work. The packet says that, quote, a scope of work and a roadmap is attached, but a roadmap is not a scope of work. The maps, the official zoning map and the future land use map appear to be the real driver for this request, and staff have said those are what actually are needed. That's a legitimate ask, and we'd support funding it on its own merits, with a real scope of work attached, not just budget. But bundling it with at least 2 vaguely defined public engagement meetings, the same gap that we raised in writing July 11th and again on July 20th, reads less like a defined deliverable and more like an add-on to answer concerns without actually answering them. If the meetings are genuinely needed, they deserve their own scope of work. If not, don't fund them just to soften the request. I also want to note the addendum added today, carrying forward $127,000 encumbrance from the 2025 budget for the existing contract. That's useful and it's the first time we've seen how much remains on the original contract. But it raises a question directly. If $127,000 is still unspent, why is another $68,000 needed now? Before approving new money, the committee should know what that carried forward balance still covers and whether today's request duplicates any of it. Second, who is running the public meetings? And it matters because it drives the cost. The budget bills consultant time, up to $250 an hour, mostly senior consultants, not city planners. If planning and development staff lead those meetings instead, that line item largely disappears. Director Cameron has told us repeatedly that Augusta has experienced planning professionals on staff. If that's true, there's no reason to pay $250,000 an hour for a consultant to facilitate a conversation staff are equally positioned to lead. And the item still doesn't say what those meetings are. A work session, stakeholder meeting, public hearing, all folded into an undefined series of meetings format TBD. Residents can't show up prepared for a meeting whose format has not been decided. That brings me to the bigger issue. On July 21st, the Commission voted unanimously to extend the moratorium 60 days and required 3 public hearings before any vote on the ordinance. But those hearings still aren't scheduled. We're a week into that 60-day clock with no dates, no locations, and no way for residents to plan to attend. If this budget item moves forward today without answering who's leading those meetings and what they're for, we risk money being approved and meetings vaguely promised while the actual public hearing residents were guaranteed keep shifting. So our ask today is simple. Fund the maps. That work is needed and we support it. Have planning and development staff, not paid consultants, lead any public-facing engagement. Define what kind of meeting each session actually is before funding it. Clarify what the carried forward balance still covers before approving additional money on top of that. And schedule the 3 mandated public hearings now with real advance notice so the moratorium isn't used up before the public engagement it was meant to protect ever happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kesey, nobody's in the queue? Okay, so we move on. Madam Clerk.
Item
Yes, ma'am. Ready for item number 10? Yes, ma'am. Receive information without objection. Without objection.
Marianne Lindsay Curse, the proposed data center.
All right. Okay, thank you for letting us know that. All right. Item number 11, Madam
Item
Clerk.
number 11, Ms. Rebecca N. Shores, discuss the CSRA Augusta Veterans Day Parade.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Shores.
Good afternoon. I would like to start with that your employees and every one of your department I have worked with.
Ms. Shores.
Yes.
May we have we always like to ask your name and address.
Okay, I'm Rebecca N. Shores. I live at 509 Westbrook Road, Augusta, Georgia. Been there for about 25 years now.
All right, thank you.
Okay. I am part of a ad hoc committee that comes together every year to do the Veterans Day Parade for Augusta. All of your departments have been super helpful every year, but the last couple of years, it's been very difficult in finding out who I needed to talk to get things done. And so I was told that to come here to be able to make those contacts, because the gentleman who used to do that before COVID, we lost him during COVID. So at this point, I'm trying to make sure we keep going through the years on it. Last year was difficult because we had to move from trying to find information on whether Broad Street would be available for the parade, and we had to move it to Green Street, and just, it looks like we may have to do that again this year. So that's the main thing is your traffic control has been very helpful in taking care of the traffic and everything. The one thing we have had in the past is we had a trailer that we used for the reviewing stand. And I understand we don't go through Parks and Recreation, that the engineers are the ones who actually have that. So this last year I had trouble being able to coordinate for that. And that is one thing I'd like to look into. Other than that, everything else has been really great. I appreciate you people helping.
Thank you, Ms. Shores. I've got Commissioner Wimberly in the queue.
Okay, yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. Do you know who the point of contact were before and which department it was in? I believe it's going to be in recreation, but do you know?
It may have, I want to say that the year, 2 years before, it was the Park and Recreation.
Okay.
But then there was some changes made and everything, and I was told it had moved to the engineer for that trailer. So I don't know.
For the trailer?
For the trailer.
Okay.
Okay.
And
But Parks and Recs
that's
worked
probably still true. And the director is sitting back there in that orange shirt.
Okay. They'll
He
work
talked
well.
about the trailer. The other director sitting right there with that, with the maroon dress.
He and I have talked before, yes.
And I bet when you leave here, you have your answers.
Okay.
All right? Thank you.
One other thing I would like to ask is, in the future, starting next year, we would like to start doing sponsored T-shirts that could be sold to the participants or to the crowd or whoever would like to buy the T-shirt. And the proceeds of that go toward the new military cemetery. I don't know if there's, if there's any, difficult in that. Also, this year, once again, because of cutbacks, we most likely will not have any of the military participate in the marching. The foreign officers did come last year on their own, and we did have some students who volunteered to came out and helped with the reviewing stand and everything. But the actual Fort Gordon will not be most likely participating this year.
Okay.
That's pretty much all I have.
All right. I have nobody in the queue, but we appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we move on to item number 12?
Item number 12, Mr. Brian Green, regarding Project 2883, AI Money Train Wealth over Health.
Madam Clerk, I do not see Mr. Green in the audience, so we may need to move on to item number 13.
Item 13, Planning and Development Department is requesting approval for additional funding to the zoning ordinance to update but not include 2 additional public engagement meetings, workshops for input from all commissioner and stakeholders and the public, and the production of an official zoning map and future land use map. This request is to extend the period of performance to November, December 2026 with an addition not to exceed the amount of $68,368 for the adoption of the new zoning ordinance. With addition, they're asking approval to carry forward the encumbrance of $127,493 from the 2025 budget to the 2026 for the existing contract.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do not see anybody in the queue. Well, I know Commissioner Scott.
Well, I'll wait until Ms. Director Cameron explains, and then I have a question about the $68,000 and then $127,000.
All right, Director.
All right, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you so much again for allowing us to bring this information to you. These additions are what we're asking. They are not addition. They were a part of the original contract that was negotiated out. At that time, apparently there was not appropriate funding for these items, and so they were negotiated out. And I wish I can stand here and tell you why, but I wasn't here at the time. However, the zoning update that we are experiencing now, we are asking for additional meetings. And the reason why we were having a conversation with the consultants, we found out that there were meetings in the original contract that was also negotiated out due to lack of funding, I believe. And I just learned today that the original amount that was asked for was $458,623. But what was allotted for this project was about $327,000 and some change. And so with that being said, based on what was needed, over $130-some thousand or services was negotiated out of the original contract. Part of that was to update the official zoning map, the future land use map. There was originally about 8 public meetings, but was negotiated down to 4. And so the consultants were able to talk with a couple of the commissioners, but for some reason, all of the commissioners was left out. And being in a meeting with the administrator and listening to the concerns of the public, we believe that additional meetings need to happen so that the public could be a part of the update, so that we can get information from not only the rest of our commissioners or all of our commissioners, but also the public as well. So what we envision with the consultants is to have workshops with the commissioners, of course, and then other stakeholders. But then one of those meetings would be particularly for the public to be able to give input. And that would be similar to what took place at Diamond Lakes back in May.
Okay.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the meeting that the consultant is going to meet with the commissioners, and then we're going to have a meeting within the community. Are you combining? Or when we discussed last week, we said I said 3 community meetings. I see we still have 2 on.
Well, so last week was directed for the data center.
Right.
So this is updating the zoning ordinance.
Right. Are they going to be the same consultants?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We were not changing those consultants because the community has paid a significant amount of money, and one of the amounts that that Dr. Kesey had mentioned, the reason why you're seeing 127 is because some of those invoices have not been paid yet. The balance is about 78,000 once we pay those invoices that have been submitted. So these additional meetings would have been a part of the original contract. There would have been 8 full meetings, however, it was negotiated down to 4. So we're just asking for these additional meetings would be meetings with you in a work session. And that would be like a full day for them. And then the second meeting would be it would be like a 2-hour for the public. And then we're asking for 2 more, that is to bring a clean draft to the Planning Commission, a session with the Planning Commission, and then a session with the Augusta Commission to ensure that your questions are were being answered, and then also your concerns were met before bringing it before the Commission for adoption. So those are the 4 extra meetings that we're asking for.
Okay, I've got an administrator is in the queue.
Yes, ma'am. Just for additional clarification, this actual original contract, to Ms. Cameron's point, did not include all of the respective things that needed to be in the agreement, whether it was for funding purposes or it just was, negotiated to do just the major items that needed to be addressed. However, as you all know and aware, that the ordinance has not been updated since 2016. There have been several addendums, but not an overall refresh of the actual document itself. Upon having meetings with the constituents and upon finding out and digging deep into this agreement, of course, this agreement was done a couple of years ago before either of us was here. We realized that there were some things that were not included in that agreement. We wanted to make sure, after sitting down with the company, I had a very candid conversation with them and went over the respective expectations that Augusta has for this actual ordinance and what our constituents deserve. We also realized that the survey instrument that was submitted was not out long enough for our constituents to have some feedback on it. So I asked them to go ahead and redo that survey instrument as well. They have started and developed that, and I think that is completed. So there were a number of things that were left off of the original agreement. Therefore, I asked them to go back, tell us what's necessary. I asked Ms. Cameron and her team to look at what they needed to make this successful and then give us a price on that. So as you notice, it says not to exceed. It may not be necessarily 68,000, but it's not to exceed 68,000. We have pretty much, I would say, come to a good agreement with the consultant, because they know now the level of expectations that not only administration has, but of the governing body as well.
Okay. Thank you, Administrator Allen. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I address Administrator Allen, please?
Yes, please.
Administrator Allen, in hearing your explanation of some of the things that was left out and what our expectation was from the consultant, was this a procured contract? Did this contract go through procurement?
Yes, sir. As I understand it, there were response.
And the reason I asked is, if it went through procurement, it should have listed what was being procured. So if it listed what was being procured, how is it that we were able to go back and put in additional or subtract or add out of that procured contract, and then that would not make that contract procured? Because if we're going to go back and take out or add, then that doesn't give the other individual companies that were able to bid on that contract to do the same thing that the company that we awarded the contract to, and then after the fact, we go in and change stuff. So how were we able to do that?
You're exactly right, Commissioner Lewis, but that's not how that process went. They did have the specifications and the scope of services that they were looking for in the document for bid. However, once they select a vendor, then it's up to negotiations when the pricing comes in to play. So at the end of it, after, and again, this is before my time, but this is how I understand it. At the end, when they finalized the respective negotiations, that limited some of the things that could be included in the final contract that was brought to the governing body for approval.
Okay, I understand that. So if I'm looking at this and it says an encumbrance of from 2025 budget to 2026, why are we asking for the additional money if the money was already there in 2025 and is not fulfilled until we have secured what we paid for? So it seems to me that money would still, you wouldn't have to come back and ask for, I think it said, in addition to prove to carry forward the encumbrance of 127 from the 2025 budget. Seems that money would have already been secured for said contract. So why would we have to come and ask? Although we're in 2026, why would we have to come back to ask for that?
You're exactly right, but it's for fiscal practices. That funding is actually allocated to a purchase order that was committed in 2025, and in order for you to continue with that process, you have to roll over those funds to that respective purchase order. As Ms. Cameron has stated, all of the respective invoices from the previous work has not yet been submitted for 2025. So those funds actually cover those tasks that were already completed, sir.
So there could possibly be some additional invoices.
Yes, sir.
And here we are in July, almost August, so there could be some additional invoices as well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this is to Ms. Cameron now.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Ms. Cameron, with this $68,000 additional dollars that we're asking for to complete this, with the deliverables, do we feel like we've gotten quantitatively bang for our buck, as I asked you last week, on what we've already secured?
That's a great question. But without your input, no, sir. And that's the reason why we want to come back and get your thoughts and to ensure that your desires, your knowledge, your wisdom for this document, to make sure that it speaks to your constituents. It speaks to the future of how you want Augusta to look. And we didn't get that information before.
Okay. Now I think on last week, one of my colleagues referenced procurement in his questioning. So has all of that been satisfied now?
Procurement, yes, sir. It has gone to.
It has been satisfied. Okay. Good. That means somebody's been doing their due diligence.
Sir.
We appreciate that from procurement and also from planning and zoning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, thank you. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, honestly, is for either the administrator or Director Cameron, whoever can answer it. My first question is, how were the public meetings advertised?
I'll take that. So many ways. So we have a webpage that's directly, specifically for the update that we're doing where constituents can actually comment. We use press release, and then it is all over our social media platform.
So the previous public meetings?
Yes.
Were they advertised in that same manner?
I can't speak to that because I wasn't here.
Okay. So do we know what the attendance was like, or we don't have that information either?
And we do have that information, and I was told by some of the individuals that they were not well attended. And the information was put out. I can't say if there was a press release before, but I was told that they were not well attended by the public.
All right. In this addendum I'm looking at, it talks about stakeholders. Who chose the stakeholders?
That would have been the previous director.
Okay, and so that is who is currently at the table as stakeholders, whoever was chosen? Are those the same stakeholders we are
No,
working
ma'am.
with now?
No, ma'am. We have increased that. We have made it more diverse, and we have increased that list.
Okay, so the stakeholders that we now have at the table, who chose those stakeholders?
Myself, the administrator, and then of course the commission.
I don't remember choosing a stakeholder at
Well,
any point in time.
Okay, well, you will, and then that will come through your planning commission as well, but you'll get that information.
Okay, so we are going to review who our current stakeholders are, and then each commissioner, or I'm not sure how we're going to do that, but we are going to go over those guidelines as to how the stakeholders who they will be moving forward.
So I will send out an email and ask if you have anyone specific, but I will share my group of the individuals that I believe, and you'll have stakeholders from our chambers of commerce, you'll have them from DDA, you'll have them from economic development. Those are the stakeholders. You'll have business owners. And so we'll share that list with Ms. Bonner. She can share it with you, and then we can get your comments from that.
Okay, that's extremely important, and this is why it's important, because if we are so far along on this ordinance and everyone seems to be in agreement on this dais, as I looked up, we don't know who the stakeholders are necessarily that are choosing our zoning ordinance or helping us to come up with it. That's an issue. So we've gotten this far, and we need to make sure we have clear direction.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving forward. So that's a very important part of this process.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. Is that it? And are you done, Director?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, looks like we have a request for approval, so do I have a motion? Okay. Got recommendation to send to full commission? Okay, colleagues? Got Administrator Allen back in the queue. Go ahead.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify something. What Director Cameron is exactly right. The stakeholders originally set for this ordinance rewrite was not, in my mind, diverse enough to make sure that everybody, as it relates to the necessary agencies, were represented. So we did add additional, upon reviewing the ones that were there, added additional stakeholders to that agreement. But please understand that all the constituents are stakeholders. And so the process is not just that these limited stakeholders are the ones making the decisions. These stakeholders are giving us some input because they actually are involved in the various things that are happening or that are affected by this ordinance. So of course, she is correct. I did say we need to make sure it was diverse because it was not diverse enough. There was not enough representation in my mind that clearly outlined and gave everybody some type of input into the process or input into the ordinance itself. But we will be as part of this process. That's why it's so important to make sure that we have these public meetings, because the stakeholders are our constituents as well, to make sure that they are able to give that feedback.
All right, thank you, Administrator Allen. Commissioner Pulliam.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rice. And I thank you for that, Administrator Allen. I really appreciate it. From my standpoint, because I was just told that the first meetings were not well attended by our stakeholders that are our citizens, that's why it raises huge questions for me, because if they weren't well attended and now we've gotten this far, then that means the people that were really making the decisions, the majority was the other stakeholders that were chosen, because our meetings weren't well attended. So I appreciate your sentiments that we now are getting our constituents more involved in this process, and that we will also be part of choosing other stakeholders, because we want this ordinance to be reflective of Augusta, Richmond County.
Yes, ma'am.
And so thank you so much for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Pulliam. With that being said, thank you, Administrator, as well. We're going to go ahead and as Commissioner Slindak said, we will move this forward to next week, full commission, without recommendation. Without objection, excuse me. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, item number, let's see, we consented 14, so 15.
Number 15, motion to approve a special exception to the light industrial zoning for the Juvenile Justice Center, formerly approved for Craig Horton Elementary School.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon.
Nolan Martin, Court Administrator. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I come before you today in an effort to move the Juvenile Justice Center project forward and potentially avoid renewal of the lease of 985 Broad Street that would cost upwards of $250,000. You're aware that juvenile court leased Broad Street with the understanding that once we began going down this road in this project, that the construction company would have temporary offices built for the juvenile court staff so we would not have to renew that lease. During the permitting process, we found that the special exception that was granted for Craig Houghton would not apply to the Juvenile Justice Center. We've completed all the paperwork to have the special exception reviewed by planning and zoning, but they will not meet till September the 2nd, and I understand it won't come out until September the 8th. In order to maintain this project timeline, they have to begin demolition in August. And it will be a continuation after that. After that, they will get the temporary occupancy permits and begin turning dirt and start the project in earnest. So I come before you to make you aware of the timeline, hopefully save $250,000 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'd like to ask the attorney a question.
Yes, go ahead.
John, are we able to usurp the Planning Commission in an action like this? I know the property is currently zoned this way, but
No, sir. The property would have to go through the normal process of advertising and notice.
is there any way for us to get this one on the August planning? Is there not enough notice?
No, sir. We worked on that. We tried. We got submitted. We'll be on the September 2nd.
Okay.
Planning Commission, hope with approval, we would put it on the September 8th Commission agenda for approval.
Yeah, from my time serving there, I thought that was the process. And yeah, I would hate to make an exception here for a special exception to a special exception of the exception. But I hate that we're going to have to renew that lease, but I think that just going by the rules, and I definitely want folks dealing with courts to follow the rules.
I completely understand, but I wanted to make you aware of the consequences. And that's just part of it.
Yeah.
My understanding of speaking with planning is here, I think the demo permit is going to be issued this week so they can begin demolition of the current.
They would have to be stopped. They couldn't continue to do turning any dirt or start building temporary offices if they got permission to do the demolition. They still wouldn't get the temporary occupancy permit.
Actually, I have a question in regard to this, and maybe you can answer this, Director. Is there a reason, since these are basically two government entities, why this zoning cannot be transferred between the two?
Well, yes, sir, your current code, because these are two, even though they're two government entities, they're separate. And that's the reason why this one was a special exception. And if you go back in the ordinance to have the school there, it was a special exception. So this goes through the same process.
Well, I'll just clarify for everybody in the room. So.
Yeah. And you know, like we told Mr. Nolan, and I do understand the demolition can take place. And then if we can move that process and have everything ready for when it's approved. we can move forward with getting the building permit, because the inside, there's going to be some wall moving. It's going to require a building permit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have nobody else in the queue. Committee, we are going to make a motion. Do I have a motion to approve? Thank you. I'll second.
Again, I don't, this
Wait a minute,
body
it says
can't,
motion to approve a special exemption, so.
right, this body cannot approve waiving
Okay.
that. Yes.
All right. Receive as information, Madam Clerk. Thank you for being here. All right. That looks like received without objection. So, Madam Clerk, that concludes public services for today.
Ms. Bonner, how are you doing today? Okay. Are there any additions or deletions to today's administrative services? Oh, that is, see, it's getting greater.
Okay, then.
All right. Committee members, if there are no objections, I would like to consent items 1, 2, and 3.
Hold on just a moment. Chair Beckett, for admin services.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we did. I didn't make a copy of that. I didn't bring the copy. We did have a request from HCD through Deputy Administrator Jackson, if he could give an oral on what the addendum should be.
No. I would hate to do that to the public, especially
Okay,
with,
can we just forward it to the full commission?
Please.
And it'll be on there?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've heard a lot today about the public not being aware or notified in time for
They wouldn't
things.
have been even if I had it, a printed agenda.
I wasn't going to allow it anyway.
Okay.
I'm picking. But no, I just think that without all the documents being prepared, it's probably best to move this to the full commission.
Okay, we can do that.
And committee members, that was consent for items 1, 2, and 3. Unless Kelsey wants to come tell us about how to run an RC mower. I'm not mixed. All right, I think I have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir.
Let's vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark out. Ms. Scott, you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'd like to call Public Safety Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion?
No, ma'am.
If it's the will of the committee, and I'm sure we have the money, Fire Chief, I would like to consent 1 through 6.
So moved.
Who was that, Ms.?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
slight question, a little question on item number 4 for the chief.
Yes, sir.
Chief, give me a little history on this one. Is this truck 502 that I called you about a couple weeks ago?
Oh, no, sir. So our reserve area truck 6, some time ago, had a catastrophic engine failure. This truck has been out of service, and As you may recall, you previously gave approval for us to repair these reserve apparatus. During that repair, it was noticed that the damage was more extensive once the motor was broken down. And so, it was determined that the correct course of action would be to instead moving forward, we'll save more money by shifting to a long block repair as opposed to a short block. So that's the difference. It's actually some savings there that'll be realized by changing the course of action. And so no additional money is needed. We have within our budget to support this change.
All right. Did you get truck number 502?
Yes, sir. We did. Very next day.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vote, Ms. Barner.
Madam Clerk, that concludes public safety.
It's unanimous.
Ms. Bonner, I'd like to call finance to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to consent item number 2.
So moved.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. We're voting.
Sorry, I was distracting you.
That's okay.
You did that on purpose.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you. If we could proceed with item number 1.
Item number 1, Ms. Sheila Jones, regarding stipend requests for businesses struggling to survive due to heavy construction in the area.
Hi, Ms. Jones. If I could get your name and the county you live in.
My name is Sheila Jones. I am here for popping off my businesses at 716 Broad Street, Richmond County. I live in Richmond County.
Thank you.
So, as I said, my name is Sheila Jones. I'm the proud owner of Poppin' Off Gourmet Popcorn and Nuts, located at 716 Broad Street, right next door to the Miller Theater. As you all know, well, it's a little background. Both my parents are from here, Georgia, and they moved to Chicago, while my parents were pregnant with me. So I was born and raised there. 8 months ago, I took a huge leap of faith and moved from Chicago to Augusta to build something for my amazing son, who just happens to be on the spectrum. I wanted to have something for him here because he thrives here. Chicago just wasn't the place for him. I invested everything that I have in this business. And it's been scary and hard and exhausting. But I found a community with the other local business owners in my area, and things were slow at first. And just as things started to pick up, the construction that was already in progress hit my street, right in front of my building. Actually, the parking lot right in front of my building was torn out, and so I'm fine, thank you. And so that has extremely impacted my store, my customer. Thank you. The flow of business, and it's just hard. And it's not just Broad Street, but it's all the streets surrounding it, the side streets, and it has practically eliminated foot traffic on Broad Street. resulting in a dramatic loss of sales, which I depend on to stay open. And I know that you can't just write a check and, I mean, it would be great if you could, but I just need help. A stipend of some sort would be great, but I'm not sure how things work here. I've only been here for a few months, but I've invested everything that I have in helping my family and the city, and because this is a part of a beautification project for the city, I want to be able to reap the benefits of it, but if I can't pay my rent, I won't be able to. And everything that I've invested will be for nothing. So I'm not sure how this committee can help or if I'm in the right place, but whatever you can do to help me, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I'm going to, and thank you for telling us your story. And I do know that it's a lot for small businesses in that area. I'm going to go to the queue because I want to hear from my colleagues. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle, you're first in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Jones, have you reached out to your landlord, see if he could help offset some of the, because as a landlord myself, anybody on Broad Street realizes that the disruption, but we actually had been putting $1 million, lot of money as incentive for the contractor to expedite and get done this year, which is a long ways away from where you need to be. Have you reached out to your landlord?
I have. For the past few months, I have been, because I was told initially when they came to me that this would only be 7 or 8 weeks. I've been using yes, that's what they told me when they brought the letter to my door. And so I've been using my savings, my credit cards. I'm all maxed out. I reached out to my landlord when I realized I won't be able to make rent. And I've submitted my sales reports that show, where when we started and when things started to pick up, and then the severe decline when the construction started. I haven't heard back yet, but.
And Ms. Jones, what type of business are you in?
I own a gourmet popcorn store, and it's right next door to the Miller Theater.
Yes, ma'am.
So we sell popcorn and other snacks.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I ask, see if I can get Mr. Jackson to come up at this podium over here, and see if we got anything in our tool shed within HCD to see if we could help. I know that, I don't know if there is, to be truthful, so I'm leaning on you.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
yes, sir, we absolutely can. I've actually been in conversation with HCD. I know that we had a grant some years back. Now I'm learning as I've been in conversation that was in 2020. And so HCD, Mr. Jackson can speak to that, but they are doing some research for me.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The item in question, I think it was 2023 was the last
2023, yes, sir.
allocation we had. I would have to do some research on that, sir, because,
Okay.
there's certain guidelines we have to follow at the federal level. And we want to make sure we spend every dime according to guidelines.
Okay.
So we can definitely do some research, and I can get a contact number and
Absolutely.
provide us some feedback.
Okay. Ms. Jones, from a personal question, you don't even have to answer this. Are you behind on your rent? Because last thing you need to do is be evicted.
My rent is due on Saturday. I cannot cover that.
No, that's fine. How about after you get off the dais, I'll meet you out back at the back of the chambers. I'll cover your rent, okay? Because I'd rather see you succeed than not, okay? I know we're not supposed to do compulsive things in life, but this here is, you got children, and I would be happy to do that.
Thank you so much.
But I know that Deputy Jackson, we're going to see if we got anything. This is just not a common practice or a common thing that we could do as a government. We within our boundaries, we can only stay in. But from a personal, I would be happy.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and I'm sorry that this is happening, and we'll see if we can help you along the way.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
I still have a few more people in the queue, Ms. Jones. Thank you so much. Next is Commissioner Johnson, District 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start, Commissioner Guilfoyle, the first is coming up soon. I'll give you my cash app too, if you don't mind. This is popping off. This is popcorn that Ms. Jones sells, and she wanted us to pass it down for display. I'll pass you the bag after I eat the popcorn during this meeting, okay? But this is a great business downtown. I would like to suggest that we get together. I know it's a big ask. As Commissioner Guilfoyle said, it's not standard that we do this as a government, but I would like to ask that we get together and decide if we are able to create some type of relief for downtown business owners, whether through some type of grant program. I know that the programs that we had a few years ago was heavily, it was because of COVID, and we were able to do some type of COVID relief program. I know we're at the end of the year. There may be some overages that we may have some areas that we can potentially, I hate to say flex, but money that we can help out with a little bit. If we can get administration, HCD, and maybe the Downtown Development Authority to come together and figure out how best to serve downtown business owners. Ms. Jones isn't the only person having this concern. I've gotten calls from big business and small business alike all month about some of the issues that this construction is causing. And I think it's not too much to ask that the city provides some type of one-time grant funding or something. Even if that means we have to go to the table and apply for a grant ourselves to provide that, I would like for y'all to get together and provide the commission with some type of game plan as to how we could potentially look into making that happen for our downtown business owners. Because Ms. Jones is literally just one, and I love. My office is right across the street from Popping Off, and I've heard great things. I saw you on social media and everything like that too. So I'll pass the bag after the bag is empty. But please, let's figure out how we can serve our small businesses in downtown Augusta. And I don't know. I won't put a timeline on that. I just would hope that we can get that, relatively soon.
Yes, sir. And I believe that's a great idea as well. So we will definitely put that meeting together with the parties you just stated. Next, I have Commissioner Clark, District 5.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, for, bringing this to the awareness. I mean, you're speaking for others that aren't here to speak, just like Commissioner Johnson said. But I think we need to kind of open it up, like the colleague from the first said, into a more sustainable kind of plan and strategy of how we can kind of open this up. As generous as Commissioner Guilfoyle's sentiment is to support you, I'm sure there's probably others that are probably in the same situation. So we need to try to look and see if there's anything from our community partners and otherwise. It's a community issue. Our community depends upon our small businesses that are in the downtown corridor. So we got to try to see if there's a strategy that we can make this what it needs to be. Some type of sustainable plan of how we could do it. So, Madam Administrator, if we can, I think we only have a couple entities that we can kind of leverage from a standpoint. I mean, CDBG is more of a reimbursement and wouldn't necessarily be applicable to this situation. But let's see what solutions we have. We have some amazing corporate partners as well in our community. And let's see what we can put together to support. I hate the fact that you were misled and being told that this was going to be a 7 to 8 week project. That in no way ever was the case. So shame on whoever told you that. But let's see what we can do to kind of cast this net a little wider. So we owe you and others a sustainable answer on this one, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you again for everything you're doing. Thank you for being a voice for others that haven't come forward going through the same thing as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wimberly, District 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a question for the Engineer Director. Please stay where you at, Ms. Jones. Director, what is the projected time we might consider that street to be open for foot traffic?
So, Commissioner, all the streets are open for the foot traffic. Right now, the exterior work is only happening block of 13 to 12. They're working in the median right now around the 7th and 8th block, and as we speak, they were putting their parking back together starting yesterday. So work is in progress. Anybody is welcome to see how they're working. Really, they're literally working above, under, near the other existing utilities. As you see, the 13th Street, we're putting storm drain, and one of the dock failed, not for this one. So there's 3-day hold up for that. So the contractor, myself, we're doing our best. The projection is still to get out of this business corridor by end of this year. Still, we are on that schedule. There are a few weeks delay, but we catch it up. Yeah.
So the construction in that area is not expected to be completed until the end of the year?
Yes, sir, but it's happening in the block, so we are not like closing the access and everything. Like this business is somewhere in the block of between 8 and 7, so really, the only construction happening is in the median. Around
Okay, just in the median, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. I have a question for you as well, Dr. Malik. In TIA funds, is there any type of relief for situations like this? So as you're building out the TIA projects, is there any relief for businesses that will run along those TIA projects?
No, Commissioners, the TIA fund is very, very strict how to use it. It's solely for really infrastructure, roadway, even cannot use for any other projects or anything else. So really, there's no provision to
for that.
Yeah, compensate other than if we need to take a right of way or easement or something like that, which is part of the project.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Malik. No further questions. I apologize. Ms. Jones, we will be getting together, myself, Commissioner Johnson, the administrator, and what was the other party you named? And DDA as well, to talk about this, because I know this situation is not unique to just your business. There were programs in the past that helped with small businesses, and actually those funds did come out of CDBG, but I know that that has to be built into their plan, and I don't know that they've built that. In fact, we just approved a plan, I want to say on last Tuesday, and I didn't see that in the current plan that we approved. I would say to reach out to entities such as, and they're not here in our audience today, but the Greater Augusta Black Chamber of Commerce. They do a great job with small business grants, and I know your need is immediate, but they are consistently partnering with larger entities such as Bank of America and other places, and they have a lot of small business grants available. We also have some great partners throughout the city that do the same. I think Administrator Jackson, Deputy Administrator Jackson, my apologies, you have more information, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I have Ms. Jones's business card, and I will contact tomorrow. We'll kind of walk her through some options. We have some partners that we can also work with her as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that, Deputy Jackson. So we will be in contact with you, and thank you for coming before us and telling us your story. Thank you so much for that. Yes, ma'am. If I could get a motion to receive this as information? Without objection. Okay. Thank you. That concludes finance.
All right, we'd like to bring the Engineering Services Committee to order. Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
All right. Going according to, thank you. Going according to the agenda, Madam Clerk, I'd like to add the following items for consent, items 1 through 3. Any objections from any of the committee members?
No objection.
All right, none heard. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Ready to vote.
Hey,
Madam Clerk.
that was
Johnson.
Johnson.
Yep, and
And
Wimberly.
Mr. Wimberly.
Seconded. Yes, ma'am. All right, ready to vote.
It's unanimous
All right.
with Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Yes, ma'am. This concludes Engineering Services Committee. Thank you.